Welcome to the 2015 U.S. Rowing Masters Nationals on the Cooper River here in Collingswood, New Jersey. Our first final this afternoon is the mixed. Our first final this afternoon is the mixed E4 final in Lane 1, Northern Virginia A, Lane 2, Ann Arbor Rowing Club, Lane 3, Saratoga, Lane 4, Masters Coaching, Lane 5, Greater Columbus, Lane 6, San Diego Rowing Club. These are mixed E crews, so 2 men, 2 women rowing the boat. And the E category is average age between 55 and 59. The boats are loading into the stake boats and getting their alignment. We have very good conditions here on the Cooper River this afternoon. A little bit of cross tailwind from the far side of the course. So you can see how calm the water is in lane 6 because they're getting the lee off the shore, and there's a little bit of a ripple in the lower numbered lanes. You can see them having to bring it around with their bowmost port side. Where may start just a little bit early. It's 2:14. That race time is scheduled for 2:16. They are now polling the crews. The flag is up and they are off. All the crews look clean and solid off the line. This is a final, so many of these crews I believe had to qualify for this event. And I believe our early leaders are lanes 4 and lanes 3. That's Masters Coaching and Saratoga, with lane 2 Ann Arbor right on their less than half a length back. As the crews settle into their base cadence, it looks like lane 4 looks to have a bit of an early lead, perhaps a half a length over lane 3. Lane 4, Masters Coaching, over lane 3, Saratoga, and lane 6, San Diego. Masters Coaching continues their lead through our camera's vantage point, about a little more than 500 meters into the event. But it looks as if Saratoga is making some inroads on their lead, and we'll be able to see as the camera pans to perpendicular. It's very close. That red buoy is the 500-meter mark. It looks like Masters Coaching has a bare deck lead, maybe a little less even. Saratoga is charging hard at them. The race for third place, the race for the other medals, is Ann Arbor just leads Northern Virginia, but it's really tight there. Now we're looking back at the leaders. Saratoga Not quite as clean as perhaps Masters Coaching is. Both of those boats have a good 3/4 to nearly a full length lead on Ann Arbor and Northern Virginia. It looks like lane 4, Masters Coaching, is maintaining their lead as they come towards the finish line. Saratoga pushing them hard, and Ann Arbor and Northern Virginia in the hunt for that bronze medal, perhaps a silver if they. Northern Virginia looks like they're coming up on Saratoga pretty strongly. The angle is really difficult to read here, where the finish line comes in at quite a steep angle, so it's really difficult to determine the actual differences between the crews. But Masters Coaching has led start to finish. And I think they're going to be able to maintain that through the finish line. Saratoga looks like they're strong for second. Good race between Ann Arbor and Northern Virginia for third. Next race on the course is the the mixed C double final. In lane 1, Leander. In lane 2, Western Reserve. Lane 3, Cambridge Narragansett Composite. Lane 4, White Marsh. Lane 5, Greater Columbus. And lane 6, Severn River. This is a mixed double. C, that's between 43 and 49, the average age of the crews. And I see 5 boats in the photo, with lane 6 perhaps in the early lead as they pass the sailing club on the far side of the course. It does look indeed like lane 6 is in the early lead, with lane 6, that's Severn River, and lane 5, Greater Columbus, pushing them along stern on bow on the Severn stern. Now Greater Columbus is making a little bit of a move, but still more than half a length back of Severn River. Those two crews on the far side of the course, and then it looks like lane 1, that would be Leander in third at the moment. So it's Severn River in first, Greater Columbus really forcing the issue there, and looking over to see how much of a lead Severn River has. Greater Columbus, I believe, is going through them now. It does look like Greater Columbus has cracked through the Severn River crew with lane 2, Western Reserve, in third place. Lane 1, Leander in third. Really, really close. Really close for first here. Greater Columbus and Severn fighting down the course. It's possible that Severn River has made a bit of a move now to counter Greater Columbus's charge at them in the middle of the course, but it's going to be a tight finish, less than a half a length. I'm talking Next race on the course is a one-boat race, the mixed double-A double. The mixed double-A double. It is Capital Rowing Club in the mixed double-A double, and we'll watch this single boat come down the course. They are rowing quite comfortably, I believe. It's Capital Rowing Club from Washington, D.C. They row on the Anacostia River. It's a double-A crew, so they average between 21 and 26 years old. So relative youngsters to the Masters National Championship. The Scholastic Rowing Association of America is sponsored of U.S. Rowing Video Broadcasting. The official results sponsor is Shimano. They make, besides making bicycles and bicycle parts, they make rowing footwear. The other sponsor of the regatta is Connect-A-Dock, the maker of docks and dock parts. We thank them both for their sponsorship of the results and of the event. Capital Rowing Club, rowing quite comfortably in the last 250 meters here. They are the only entry, I suppose, guaranteed a gold medal. They're looking pretty sharp, as if they would win a gold medal even if they had some competition. Next race on the course is the mixed A double final. A crews are average between 27 and 35 years of age. In lane 1, Lincoln Park, and they're off. Lane 2, Greater Dayton. Lane 3, Litchfield Hills. Lane 4, Atlanta. Lane 5, Calusa Coast. And lane 6, Fairmount. They're off the line, all clean. And there's a crew is getting flagged by the referee, being told to head to their port side. That would be lane 5, Calusa Coast. And they are getting flagged once more. And it looks as if that lane 1, Lincoln Park, has dropped back a bit, and the early leaders are Fairmount out in lane 6 and Calusa Coast in lane 5. One couldn't, since the referee is flagging Calusa Coast, one would think if they straightened out their course a little bit, they might be a little closer to the lead, but it is a very close race, and as the camera pans to perpendicular to the course, we can get an idea of how close it really is. And I believe Calusa Coast in lane 5 is in fact in the lead as the angle changes and we can see what the relative distances are between these crews, and they're coming through the 500-meter mark now, and it looks like lane 4 Atlanta has come through lane 6 as well. And now the crews are it's Colusa Coast by about a half a length over Atlanta, with Fairmount and Litchfield Hills battling it out for third within a bow marker's width of third place. And then it is Greater Dayton about a half a length back of those two. So as we look at these crews battling it out, it looks as if the lane 4 crew Atlanta has come up to challenge Colusa Coast, and Colusa Coast looks like they're right on their buoy line on the port side, and they are going quite deep on the port side with their blades, and that might be causing them to head towards the lane 4 lane line. So I would think that Atlanta is making the most of those problems in lane 5. It's really close as I look to the leading crews. Very close between Atlanta and Colusa Coast. Too close to call as I see it. The angles are really difficult to read. Colusa Coast is putting on quite a bit of a sprint here, but Atlanta still is within striking distance. Oh, it's going to come down to a bow deck. Next race on the course is the men's open I double, and the I category average age is between 75 and 79. So these are old athletes, but really, really top-notch guys. In lane 2 is New Haven. Lane 3 is St. Louis. Lane 4 is Chester River Midnight Sun, a composite crew. Lane 5 is Saugatuck. The crews get spread out early. It looks like the Saugatuck entry is our early leader. With New Haven chasing them, and St. Louis a few lengths back. It looks like perhaps the crew from New Haven. I'm sorry, the crew from in lane 3 from St. Louis. Leads, nice and long. I saw a lane 6 bow number on that crew that's in second place, but I have no lane 6 crew, so it must be lane 5 Saugatuck. There is lane 3, St. Louis, Carlo Zezza and Chuck Cook. Once they've gotten the lead, they're lengthening out and driving the boat. So it is St. Louis with Saugatuck in second. Chester River, Saugatuck is well behind St. Louis. You saw them, a glimpse of them in the monitor there. They're a good 10 seconds behind the St. Louis crew and turned their lead on the third place boat. That's Chester River, is even more commanding, perhaps 20 seconds. Double. One crew in the race, a combination crew of Ravenna Rowing Club and Potomac Boat Club. Cal Sutliff from Potomac in the bow, and Christopher Collins in the stroke seat from Ravenna. And the J double essentially doing a row over in the final here for the gold medal. So they're through 500 with maybe 400 meters to go or a little less. The combination crew in the men's Open J category double final, Cal Sutliff and Christopher Collins. And as we come to the finish, the final of the men's open J double, a row over, Potomac Boat Club's. Next up is the women's open F single final in lane 1 Albany, lane 2 Chinook, lane 3 Swan Creek, lane 4 Texas Rowing Center, lane 5 Great River, and lane 6 Vesper. And that's the women's F category. That's between 60 and 64. And they are on the course as we speak. And perhaps the early leader is the crew from Vesper, Catherine Widgery. With the crew from lane 3, Swan Creek, Patrice Glover. Looks like she's pushing up towards the front, putting some pressure on the Vesper crew. And as the camera pans to perpendicular to the course, it is lane 3 right at the lead with the Vesper crew. Lane 3, Patrice Glover in the lead, actually, in the lead. And the Vesper boat, although rowing with Potomac blades, Catherine Widgery, and a very tight race between lanes 4, 5, and 2 for the third place position. Lane 2 is Chinook, Barbara Jones. Lane 4 is the Texas Ring Center, Sue Carter. And lane 5 is Great River, Karen Simmons. So all those crews are within striking distance of the lead, but at the moment it is Patrice Glover from Swan Creek in lane 3 with the lead with some 300 meters to go. Lane 2, Chinook, looks to be putting some pressure on lane 3. Chinook is Barbara Jones. And Texas Rowing Center is also coming up to challenge for the lead. A great race, perhaps less than a length between all 5 of the boats. Now lane 2, Chinook has fallen off the pace, but the other 4 on the outside, it's very close to call. Lane 5, Great River, Karen Simmons has pushed up to challenge lane 3, Swan Creek, Patrice Glover. It's between Glover and Simmons for the gold medal. It's going to be a very close finish. Lane 3, Glover. Lane 5, Simmons. It looks like Glover has come up through her. Next up is the men's lightweight F single final. In lane 1, we have Saugatuck. Lane 2, Berry Hill. Lane 3, San Diego. Lane 4, Ridley Grad. Lane 5, Minneapolis B. And lane 6, Minneapolis A. And this is the lightweight F category, and F is between 60 and 64 single. Early leader is Steve Michaels from Minneapolis. The B crew from Minneapolis. Oh, I'm sorry. Early lead is Pauls from Ridley Graduate. John Pauls in lane 4. And he has nearly a length on Minneapolis A, Kevin Conroy. The sun glinting off Conroy's bow deck. And the John Pauls from Ridley Graduate confidently striding out there. More than a length of open water. With lane 3, that's San Diego Jacobs. Lane 2, Reynolds from Berry Hill. And lane 1, Saugatuck chasing. And then all the way out to lane 5, that's Steve Michaels from the Minneapolis B entry. So the angles are tough to call, but it does look like the Mr. Pauls from Ridley Graduate with a good solid lead of open water on the San Diego crew, Mr. Jacobs. And then over to lane 1, I believe. Lane 1, that would be Wallace Shaw from Saugatuck. So Mr. Pauls from Ridley Graduate, open water lead, coming in the last 150 meters. San Diego crew, Mr. Jacobs, solidly in second. Third place is quite contested between lanes 1 and lane 6. That's Mr. Shaw and Mr. Conroy. But there we have next on the course is the Women's Open D8 final. In lane 1, Chinook. Lane 2, Masters Coaching. Lane 3, Chinook A. Lane 1 is Chinook B. Out to the early lead is Chinook A, with lane 6 Saugatuck chasing them hard. Those two crews, Chinook and Saugatuck, have asserted themselves on the field, and at 500 meters, it looks like those two have open water on the rest of the field, with Chinook probably a few seats ahead of Saugatuck. They are through the 500 meters now. And it looks like Chinook with 3 or 4 seats on Saugatuck. In third place is lane 4, Masters Coaching. Then back to Chinook B. Maritime, and Masters Coaching trailing the field. Chinook, as they approach 300 meters to go, and we have Chinook in the foreground as well, but they are back. It's Chinook and Saugatuck, with Chinook perhaps 3/4 of a length to a full length up. It is Chinook with Saugatuck in second. Masters Coaching being challenged by Chinook B. And I think Chinook B will bring home the third place medal, but Chinook, Saugatuck in third place. Up next on the course is the men's lightweight D single. Crews in this event are Capital A, Robert Reichert; Potomac, Peter Pietra; Lane 3, Greater Dayton, David Roberts; Lane 4, Leander A, Reg Wilson; Lane 5 is Narragansett, David Gorian; and Lane 6, Ottawa, Stuart Taylor. All the crews are cleanly off the line, settled into their base cadence. It looks like lane 4, that would be Leander, Reg Wilson, with the early lead, challenged by on his outside by David Gorian from Narragansett, and inside Greater Dayton. So that's where the speed is in the field at the moment, is lanes 3, 4, and 5. Leander seems to have taken about 3/4 of a length lead from, that's Reg Wilson from Narragansett, and then Greater Dayton, David Roberts is coming up to challenge the Narragansett Sculler as well. But then it's a pretty tight field. But our leader is Reg Wilson from Leander in lane 4. He has gotten out to about a 3/4 length open water lead, perhaps more. And now it's going to be a game of chase for the other 4 scullers, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 5, for who gets what color medal and perhaps can get into the lead of Mr. Wilson from Narragansett. It's Capital, Potomac, Dayton, and Narragansett. And our sculler from Ottawa, Mr. Taylor, is trailing. There's a shot of Reg Wilson from Leander leading the Greater Dayton Sculler. And as they come down the last 200 meters, it looks like the Capital Sculler, and that's Robert Reichert. Making inroads into the Reg Wilson from Leander's lead, but I don't know if he has enough room to come through him. It's going to be a tight finish. Less than a length, perhaps, at this point. Wilson is feeling a little pressure. Now we have the women's Open B double. B crew's average age between 36 and 42, and lane 1 is Lincoln Park. Lane 2 is Minneapolis. Lane 3, Sarasota County. Lane 4, Marin. Lane 5, Dallas. And lane 6, Community Rowing. Our early leader is Dallas, followed closely by Marin and Sarasota. The Dallas crew has over a full-length lead early here with more than half the race to go. But the Sarasota boat looks strong and pretty confident that they're going to put some pressure on that Dallas crew as the race goes on. It's about a length at the moment, but it looks like Sarasota has upped their cadence coming through this middle part of the race and are going to make a concerted effort to put some pressure on the rest of the field. Comes through the perpendicular to the camera, but certainly it's going to be a good aggressive race here by the Sarasota crew. Dallas is looking over, taking a look at the Sarasota move, see if they can respond in kind. We see in the foreground the lane 2 crew from Minneapolis. Excuse me, that's the lane 1 crew from Lincoln Park. Lane 2 trails there, and then over to lane 4, Marin. Quite a good race between Sarasota and Dallas. And as they come, looks like Dallas has managed to hold off the charge from Sarasota. Sarasota's making another charge at them, but I think it's too little too late. Looks like Dallas with a comfortable lead through the finish line. Then Sarasota. Next race on the course is the men's B4 final. They've come off the line a little bit early. In lane 1, it's Lincoln Park. In lane 2, Capital. In lane 3, a composite Palm Beach Potomac. Lane 4, Wyandotte. Lane 5, CRI. And lane 6, Texas Rowing Center. Looks like the speed in this race is between lanes 3, 4, and 5. That would be Palm Beach Potomac, Wyandotte, and CRI. With from this angle, it looks like lane 3 leads. But all the crews within a few seats of each other. This is the B men's 4, so between 36 and 42. And we have a good tight race for first. And those are the 3 crews that will battle over the last 500 for the medals. It does look like lane 3, Palm Beach Potomac, is in first with CRI in second and Wyandotte in third, but no more than 2 seats separate those 3 crews. And Capital, Lincoln Park, and Texas. The Palm Beach Potomac crew looks like they're putting the hammer down a little bit and rowing quite well out there in lane 3. Rowing with those Palm Beach oars. Very close race between Palm Beach, Wyandotte, and CRI. With Palm Beach and CRI really stroke for stroke coming into the last 100 meters. Wyandotte perhaps 3/4 of a length back just in the last couple 100 meters, but it looks like Palm Beach will hold on. Texas Rowing Center. Next is the women's lightweight A4. In lane 2, Genesee, lane 3, Capital, lane 4, Chinook, and lane 5, Capital B. The women's lightweight A4 final. 4 boats in this race. 2 Capital crews, Genesee and Chinook. These A crews are between 27 and 35. One could argue the prime of their rowing lives. Looks like the early leaders are Capital A in the bright pink, and out in lane 6, Capital B. So, an intra-squad tangle here. Boathouse bragging rights at stake. And the Capital Rowing Club on the shores of the Anacostia River in the District of Columbia. In the bright pink, it looks like the Capital A boat leads, even though the angle looks like the capital B leads. But as we get closer to the perpendicular, I believe, oh, it's really close. It's within a deck, maybe half a deck. But still, I believe the A boat in the bright pink leads slightly over capital B, and third place is Genesee with Chinook in fourth by about a half a length over Genesee. So out front are the capital A and then capital B. A crew with their bright pink jerseys. Easy to see them, not their usual capital uniform. Swinging nicely. Finishing off good firm strokes. Just a little bit more solid than their B counterparts from Capital. And with Genesee and and Chinook trailing. It's been a tight race between these two crews all the way down the course. No more than a few seats between them. My money is on the lane 3 crew in the bright pink. And as the angle comes round, and then Genesee for the bronze and Chinook in fourth. Next up is the men's lightweight A to C 4 final in lane 1. That's Lincoln Park. Lane 2, Texas Rowing Center. Lane 3, Riverfront Recapture. Lane 4, Capital A. Lane 5, Baltimore A. They're all at the starting line. We have an aligner's white flag up. You can see in the far side of the picture, they're all aligned. The starting sequence has begun. I'm sure the butterflies are churning, and the flag is up and it is down. We have a start in the men's lightweight A to C 4. Lincoln Park, Texas Rowing Center, Riverfront Recapture, Capital A, and Baltimore A, in that order across the lanes. And as we get a look, I'll be able to there's Capital Rowing Club in the middle of your screen. They're in lane 4 with Baltimore outside of them. Riverfront Recapture inside them. It's difficult to tell from this angle and this early in the race who might have the early lead. But it looks like lane 1, the Lincoln Park Boat Club, is right at the lead or perhaps in the lead. Lane 1 of the 5 crews you see there, lane 1 would be your far right-hand crew. It does indeed look like Lincoln Park has a good solid lead, with lane 2, the Texas Rowing Center, in second, and lane 5, the Baltimore Rowing Club, in third. Lincoln Park to a confident several link lead through 500 meters. Lincoln Park sharp and steady, In second, the Texas Rowing Center. Full length of open water back is Baltimore Rowing Club. Another length back is Capital, being challenged by Riverfront Recapture. Back up to the leaders now. That is Texas Rowing Center in lane 2, but the leader is the Lincoln Park Boat Club. There they are in lane 1. Good posture, sharp and solid. Got some fans from the Baltimore cheering on their crew as they are challenged by Capital for third place. But out front is Lincoln Park. In second, Texas Rowing Center. Third, perhaps Baltimore and Capital. Fourth, and Riverfront Recapture. Fifth. Good, solid win for Lincoln Park Boat Club. Center. There's the Baltimore Rowing Club. This is the next race on the course is the women's lightweight E final. Women's lightweight 4E final. In lane 1 is San Diego Rowing Club. Lane 2 is Saugatuck. Lane 3 is Masters Coaching. Lane 4 is Carnegie Lake. Lane 5, Avalon. Lane 6, Rocket City. And they're polling the crews as we speak. The crew from San Diego is coming to the line. I'm sure they'll get a warning for being late. Okay, the last boat is backing in as we speak. It is 3:14, so they're on time for their 3:16 final. They are aligning the crews. We get a good look at the procedure. I see the aligner's flag has gone up, the white flag in the right-hand corner there. That gives the starter the signal to begin to pull the crews, or not really pull, but begin the starting sequence, where they call out the name of the crew in the order. The flag is now up. You see the starter, and it's dropped, and they're off. And looks like all the crews are off reasonably well. Avalon looks like they've fallen behind a little bit early. Difficult to tell in the early strokes who may have managed to take the early lead. It looks now like the lane 4 crew, that's Carnegie Lake, out to an early lead, with lane 6 Rocket City in second, and perhaps lane 2 Saugatuck in third. And it is the Lakers as they approach 500 meters, striding out to perhaps a length lead, with lane 2 now moving up into second place, and that is Saugatuck into second, a bare 3/4 of a length behind the Lakers. And then lane 3 Masters Coaching, and lane 6 Rocket City, and then Avalon in 5th, and San Diego Rowing Club in 6th. So a good race developing out front between Carnegie Lake and Saugatuck, and it's really tough to tell because of the angles, but I believe Saugatuck might be right up at the lead at the moment. When they passed through about 500 meters gone, they were about 3/4 of a length back, but it looks like they've actually come up to challenge Carnegie Lake pretty strongly. Masters Coaching looks to be in third, with Rocket City in fourth, Avalon in fifth, and San Diego trailing. So up front, good race between Carnegie Lake and Saugatuck. And it looks to me like Saugatuck has come through Carnegie Lake. And now it's up to the final sprint. Can Saugatuck consolidate their lead and get on to that gold medal placing? It is Saugatuck, and then Carnegie Lake And then Masters Coaching with Rocket City. Next up on the course is the women's lightweight 4 F through J category. That is 60 and older. It's a final only. Chester Rivers in lane 1 from Chestertown, Maryland. Masters Coaching in lane 2. Chinook in 3. Avalon in 4. San Diego Rowing Club in 5. And Masters Coaching in 6. All the crews are locked onto the stake boats. We're awaiting the start. A 3:20 scheduled start. It is 3:20 now. We do not have the aligners flag up. I see it now. Our start is imminent. It is. Flag is up. And there's the start. All the crews are off the line cleanly. We'll see how they. Oh, little bobble in lane 4. That would be Baltimore. Excuse me. That would be Avalon. So all the crews are off. Chester River in lane 1, Masters Coaching in 2, Chinook in 3, Avalon in 4, San Diego in 5, and Masters Coaching C boat in lane 6. So it looks like lane 5, the San Diego Rowing Club, and lane 3, Chinook, have taken the early lead. And Chinook looks to be right at the lead with San Diego. And since they're on the inside and that angle is really tough to read, I would say Chinook has the lead. Yeah, probably by about 3/4 of a length. It is Chinook. San Diego solidly in second place. There's the crew from Chinook in lane 3. About 3/4 of a length. Ahead of the San Diego Rowing Club, who in turn lead Avalon by about a length. And then the rest of the field with Chester River in 4th Masters Coaching in 5th, and Masters Coaching on the outside, trailing the field. There's the crew from Chinook, leading the field comfortably. With San Diego in 2nd. And Avalon in 3rd. I believe Chester Rivers in 4th. And the 2 Masters Coaching boats, 5th and 6th. It is Chinook. You can see how far San Diego is in their wake. San Diego. There they are. Sixth. Now off the line are the men's Club D8s. Riverside in lane 1, Saugatuck in lane 2, Capital in 3, Potomac in 4, Upper Valley in 5, and San Diego Rowing Club in lane 6. And it looks like the early leader is Capital Rowing Club in lane 3, with lane 1 Riverside in 2nd, but a very tight field in lane 2 Saugatuck in 3rd, then Upper Valley 4th and Potomac 5th. It is Capital. Looks like Capital by about a length. Upper Valley is coming up to challenge for the silver. It is Capital. Tight race for 3rd between Potomac, Saugatuck, and Riverside. Upper Valley looks to have 2nd. Capital, 1st place position. Off the line now is the men's lightweight G final, lightweight G single final. In lane 1, unaffiliated Seppi. Lane 2, Saratoga O'Neill. Lane 3, Riverside Dale. Lane 4, Jacksonville Schumacher. Lane 5, Neil Young from Potomac. And lane 6, Ann Arbor Jim Monty. This is the men's lightweight Gs, so they are between 65 and 69 years of age, lightweights. From this vantage point, it looks like lane 3, the Riverside Sculler from Paul Dale, is out at the lead, with lane 6, Jim Monty from Ann Arbor, in second. It's difficult to tell, though, and it's early in the race. It is Mr. Dale from Riverside as they pass in front of the docks of the sailing center. And to the 500-meter buoy. And the Riverside, very distinct unis, the white and blue horizontal stripes. Outside to Ann Arbor in second, and then Mr. Schumacher in third from Jacksonville. And back to Mr. Seppi, unaffiliated, with the O'Neill from Saratoga in fifth. There he is, Mr. Dale, Paul Dale from Riverside. At the lead, looking over to the Sculler from Ann Arbor, Mr. Monty in lane 6. There we go. The Riverside Sculler out alone on the field. And you can see with the angle the relative positioning between the Riverside Sculler and the Sculler from Ann Arbor. Riverside Sculler Paul Dale and the Ann Arbor Sculler Jim Monty. Paul Dale with more. O'Neill from Saratoga. Seppi from is unaffiliated. And now we're up to the Women's Club E Quad final. So 4 scullers in each of these boats. Women's E 55 to 59 age category average. In lane 1, Albany. Lane 2, Three Rivers B. Lane 3, University. Lane 4, Baltimore. Lane 5, Great River. And lane 6, Maritime. And out in lane 3 and lane 4 are the leaders, University and Baltimore, with Maritime chasing. Quite a close race for the lead. And those 3 crews Not more than a length separates them. University and Baltimore. Baltimore with those distinctive yellow and black checked blades, evoking the Maryland state flag. University and Maritime on the outside, can't count them out. They were quite close. And Great River, Three Rivers, and Albany. University and Baltimore duking it out front of the field, with Maritime not far behind, that's for sure. It's going to be quite a barn burner of a finish as we approach the 300 meters to go. Not much separates these crews at all. Really close race between Baltimore and University, and although the angle is such we can't really see Maritime, there they are. They're right at the lead as well. So those three boats, Baltimore might have a few feet on University, but I am not sure about Maritime on the outside. Really great race. Really great race. There's Maritime. And as we get to the angle of the finish line, Baltimore is really close, really closing fast. Next is a four-boat race, the Women's Club F Quad. And F is between 60 and 64 years old. And lane 2 is San Diego Rowing Club. Lane 3, Vesper B. Lane 4, Maritime B. And lane 5, Saugatuck A. It looks like Vesper, local crew, is out in front. With Maritime in second and Saugatuck in third. Vesper looks to have a good solid lead. Lots of glare at this time of day. Pretty tough photography conditions for the cameras. And it is Vesper through the 550 with over a length lead. Then Maritime, then Saugatuck, and San Diego. Vesper Vesper, nice and long, really solid. It is Vesper with Maritime in second. Saugatuck in third, and San Diego trailing. Vesper with just over a length. Maritime trying to mount a challenge, but I believe it's too little too late. Saugatuck trailing Maritime by a little over a length. As we switch to the finish line, we'll see that Vesper with nearly a length. Next up on the course is the women's club G through J quad. It is Saugatuck B in lane 1, Vesper in lane 2, Chester River in lane 3, Maritime in lane 4, Vesper in lane 5, and Texas Rowing Center in lane 6. They're off. We see the flag drop, and they're all off right together. Looks like lane 2 is out early, and that is the Vesper A crew. With lane 6 chasing them, it's Texas Rowing Center. But it looks like Vesper has a bit of a lead. I hope I'm getting better at reading these angles, but it's tough. Lane 1 is also challenging for the third place position. That would be Saugatuck's B crew. Looks like Vesper in lane 2, leading Texas Rowing Center by nearly a length through the 500-meter mark. It is Vesper over a length and a half. Water is nearly glassy calm. Slower conditions than yesterday. Yesterday we had a good piping tailwind, not enough to disturb the crews, but enough to speed them up for sure, having some blazing fast times. Today it's virtually still out there. There is the Vesper crew that leads out of lane 2. It is Vesper with lane 1 Saugatuck, and then out to lane 6 the Texas Rowing Center. But Vesper certainly has a commanding lead in this one. From my angle, it looks like Texas and Saugatuck will be close. Vesper by several lengths open water. Texas and Saugatuck now coming to the line. Next up, we have the men's Open E Quad Final, and they're off. The E's are between 55 and 59 average age. In lane 1, Rio Salado PRRA. Lane 2, Baltimore. Lane 3, Texas Rowing Center. Lane 4, Palm Beach. Lane 5, CRI. And lane 6, Palm Beach B. So it looks like lane 4, the Palm Beach A crew leads the Texas Rowing Center, and the Palm Beach B crew coming through 500. It's about half a length Texas Rowing Center down to Palm Beach, and then about a half a length Palm Beach up on lane 2. That would be Baltimore. So Palm Beach A with half a length on Texas Rowing Center. Then Texas Rowing Center half a length on Palm Beach B, who has half a length on Baltimore. Palm Beach A with 3/4 of a length or more up on Texas, with Palm Beach B being challenged by Baltimore. Can Baltimore get through them in the last 50 meters or so? This looks like a good sprint from Baltimore, but Windenecht, an old friend. Then CRI out in lane 5. And Rio Salado. The next race is the Women's Club C4 Final. Lane 1, Greater Columbus. Lane 2, Annapolis Rowing Club. Lane 3, Alexandria. Lane 4, Upper Valley. Lane 5, CRI. And Lane 6, Minneapolis. The white flag is up. They have alignment. And they are off. Looks like lane 3, Alexandria, with an early lead. With lane 1, Greater Columbus, pushing hard, and lane 6, Minneapolis, challenging for the lead as well. Those three crews look like they're the top three, but now lane 1 seems to be dropping back a bit. And lane 4, that would be Upper Valley, seems to be asserting themselves into the medal mix. But it is Alexandria. Lanes Alexandria, Minneapolis, then Upper Valley, and then Greater Columbus and Annapolis. Good shot of the Alexandria crew with Greater Columbus in the foreground. Alexandria with the lead. Greater Columbus trying to mount a charge, as well as Upper Valley. Outside is Minneapolis, but I don't think they're in the mix. It does look like Alexandria. Will it be Greater Columbus or Minneapolis on the outside for third? Looks like Upper Valley has second. Next up is the men's Club C4. In lane 1 is Fairmount, lane 2 Minneapolis, lane 3 Western Reserve, lane 4 Potomac, and lane 5 Riverside. Looks like Potomac out front, commanding lead. And from there, it's a very tight race between the other 4 crews for 2nd through 5th. I have to think that lane 1 Fairmount is dropping back a little bit, but it is Potomac. Then a tough call between Minneapolis, Western Reserve, and Riverside. I believe Riverside is in 2nd, and then too close to call between Minneapolis and Western Reserve. There goes Minneapolis, but it's Potomac through the finish line first. Next up is the women's AA double. It's Atlanta in lane 1, Vesper in lane 2, Great River in lane 3, Riverfront Recapture in lane 4, Minneapolis in 5, and Riverfront Recapture B in lane 6. Next up is the women's AA double. Atlanta in lane 1, Vesper in 2, Great River in 3, Riverfront Recapture in 4, Minneapolis in 5, and Riverfront Recapture B in lane 6. These are 21 through 26 average ages or older. Looks like the early lead through 500 meters is the Vesper crew, Mather and Kaplan. With Atlanta, Dedelson and Barnett. Six boats. Quite a close race after first and second. First place would be Vesper. Second would be Atlanta. And then pretty close to call between Great River, Riverfront Recapture A, and Minneapolis. Although I think Great River has a lock on the, well, a pretty good hold on the bronze medal position. It is Vesper rowing away from the field. Then Atlanta. Definitely holding on for second. Then Great River for third. Riverfront Recapture for fourth. Minneapolis for fifth. And Outside Riverfront Recapture B. There is Vesper. Solid win. Atlanta for second. Then Great River for third. Riverfront Recapture, Minneapolis. We are off the line in the men's Open A8 final. That's average age between 27 and 35. Probably some of the faster boats in this regatta. In lane 1, it's CRI-A. Lane 2, Riverfront Recapture. Lane 3, Lincoln Park. Lane 4, Potomac. And then lane 5, DC Strokes. The early lead looks to be between Lincoln Park and Potomac. Lincoln Park in the red boat, Potomac in the yellow. Duking it out, less than a seat between the two. Then a little over a length back is Riverfront Recapture and CRI, and then trailing is the DC Strokes. CRI and Riverfront Recapture have their own race going, and there's another race going at the front of the field between Lincoln Park and Potomac. So there's a race for first and second, and a race for third and fourth, and then DC Strokes trails. So really good boat racing here. Two different races within the same race. It's Potomac and Lincoln Park. Wow, close. Potomac bowman's looking out to see where he stands. Lincoln Park, it's going to be the last 15, 20 strokes who can come up with the last ounce of energy to boat propulsion. Right there, it's going to be Club 8B final. B crews between 36 and 42 years old. There is not an aligner, and the aligner's flag has not gone up as yet. Lane 1 would be New Haven. Lane 2, Genesee. Lane 3, CRI. 4, Western Reserve. 5, Capital. And lane 6, Hudson River. Aligner's flag is now up. You can see it on the top right-hand portion of your screen. A white flag, and officials just dropped the red flag, so the race is off the line. All crews look solid off the line. And a good boat race. No crews are out of it here at 300 meters in. Looks like lanes 3 and 5 are at the lead, with lane 5, that's Capital Rowing Club, out front. Lane 3, I believe, is in second over, and that's lane 3 is CRI over Western Reserve. It is Capital with nearly a length lead at 550 meters. Derek Coxon is right on the bow ball of the CRI crew. Then Genesee, Western Reserve, and New Haven. Capital crew looks composed and solid, trying to make the most of their one-length lead, nearly length lead. CRI trying to get back on terms with Capital. It looks like Capital cruising to over a one-length victory. CRI a solid second. Then Genesee. Is the men's Open B quad coming off the line now in lane 1, a composite Virginia Potomac. Lane 2, Boucherville. Lane 3, Palm Beach. Lane 4, Three Rivers. And lane 5, Texas Rowing Center. Is the men's Open B quad. That's B 36 to 42 years of age. It's a very close race, but it looks like the lane 1 crew, that'd be a Virginia Potomac combination, has the lead, with the Texas Rowing Center as well as excuse me, I've only got 4 boats in this 5-boat race. Boucherville is at the lead with Palm Beach, and Texas Rowing Center coming on strong on the outside. I would say Texas Rowing Center probably with the late lead here. I hear Boucherville. Quite a close race for second. Looks like Texas Rowing Center will take Crews are backing into the stake boats for the women's Open DE4 without coxswain final. So, sweep boat, 4 oars, no coxswain. In lane 2, Chinook B. In lane 3, San Diego. In lane 4, CRI. And in lane 5, Avalon. These crews average age in their 50s. We're working on an alignment. The lane 5 crew, Avalon, looks like they're having a little problem getting into the stake boat. They're still not locked on. See them. They're trying. They're not there yet. They will most certainly be assessed a warning for being late, in that it's race time right now and they're still not locked onto the stake boat as they're advised to do 2 minutes prior to. But they're trying. They're almost there. They're still not on. I think they have it finally. So no coxswains in these 4s, so steering will be a big issue. These 4s put a premium on boatmanship as well as rowing, and they're off. Chinook in lane 2, San Diego in 3, CRI in 4, and Avalon in 5, and Avalon is off into lane 6 or worse. I'm hopeful that there will be a following launch to help steer them so they don't have trouble with the docks at the boat club, the yacht club on the far shore. early leader looks to be CRI in lane 4. With lane 2 San Diego and lane 3 San Diego and lane 2 Chinook. Lane 2 Chinook seems to be asserted themselves into second place, and lane 3 San Diego a solid third, with Avalon trailing, having all kinds of steering issues. So Chinook and CRI with the lead at 500 meters. And as they come perpendicular to our camera station at 550 to 600 meters in, it is too close to call, although I would say Chinook with the lead and CRI in second by a bare seat or two, and then San Diego in third. So it looks like some steering issues for both Avalon and for San Diego. But here comes Chinook exploring their lane pretty thoroughly. Now they're steering back. CRI looks like they're having a pretty solid course. Now, is that enough? Chinook is doing some creative steering. Will that be enough to put gold medals around the necks of the CRI crew? Really close race. Let's see who manages to steer the last 100 meters straight. CRI has been solid throughout. Chinook at the lead and then steering around. Wow, is it close? Really close race. Looks like Chinook. Next up is the Women's Open F through J4. They're off the line in lane 1, Avalon, Sarasota. Lane 2, San Diego. Lane 3, Chinook. Lane 4, Vesper. Vesper B. Lane 5, Vesper A. And it's a straight 4 as well, so we'll see who steers the best course. It looks like Vesper A has the early lead. The field is really stretched out already. There's a shot of Vesper. Not entirely in uniform. And Chinook. There's San Diego. And the Vesper B crew. And we've yet to see Avalon, Sarasota. There are several crews in the back of the field that are exploring various parts of the course. Looks like Vesper A with a commanding lead, and I believe it's Chinook in lane 3 in second, and it could be the Avalon Sarasota boat in third place. It is a crew that is in lane 1, but I'm not sure if they're the lane 1 crew. Yeah. There is Vesper. There's Chinook in lane 3. There's the San Diego crew, the lane 2 crew right on the lane 1 buoy line. Then we go back to Vesper B. And then the Avalon Sarasota boat. Next up is the Men's Club E4 final. In lane 1, Upper Valley. Lane 2, Ann Arbor. Lane 3, Capital. Lane 4, Western Reserve. Lane 5, New Haven. And lane 6, San Diego Rowing Club. These boats have coxswains, so their steering is probably going to be a little bit cleaner than what we've just witnessed in the previous 2 races. It looks like lane 4, Western Reserve, with the early lead. And through 500, it is Western Reserve, with New Haven in second. Pretty close for third between three crews, lanes 1, 3, and 6. That's Upper Valley, Capital, and San Diego. But it is Western Reserve at the lead. The E4, these guys are 55 to 59. So now Western Reserve is being challenged by both Capital and New Haven, but I think they're going to be able to hold them off in the last 100 meters here. It looks like Western Reserve, Capital and New Haven right there for second. Who's gonna snatch second place here? It is Western Reserve for the gold. Western Reserve for the gold. New Haven, then Capital, then San Diego, then Upper Valley. Next is the women's lightweight C double, final only. In lane 1 is the Texas Rowing Center, lane 2 Potomac, lane 3 Vesper, lane 4 Litchfield Hills, and lane 5 Saugatuck. And they're off. Just wait. So it looks like lane 3, Vesper, with the early lead. It is definitely Vesper. It's tough to tell who is in second. It's between lanes 2, 4, and 5. That would be Potomac, Litchfield, and Saugatuck. But Vesper out in lane 3 with a good solid lead. And perhaps Potomac. Potomac is creeping up into second place. Litchfield and Saugatuck have dropped back. There's the crew from Vesper. And as we see as the camera pans to perpendicular to the course, we'll see exactly what their lead is. They look good and solid. That's Kristen Haas and Rika Gerald. They're a length ahead of the lane 2 crew, Susan Weeks and Laura Wetton from Potomac. And there is lane 1, the Texas Rowing Center, and they lead lane 4, Litchfield Hills, and then trailing the field is Saugatuck. So can Potomac get back on even terms with Vesper? They look like they are making their move now, not waiting for later. And by this angle, I think they have cut into Vesper's lead. Whether Vesper had nearly a full length at 600 meters down, gone. Can Potomac in the last 150 meters get through them? It's close. I'd say it's close. Vesper may still have a couple of seats, but Potomac has definitely tightened it up. Now it's down to 100 meters to go. Good boat racing. Really good racing. Vesper has buckled down and made their sprint, and now Potomac has up and making its sprint, and boy is it close. Less than half a length. Ooh. Will they have enough room?
Okay, and here we have event 81J. It's the men's lightweight double final for age category H through J. Out in front, it looks like lane 4, St. Louis. Being trailed by lane 2, Ann Arbor. And lane 4 here, St. Louis, with what looks like a pretty comfortable lead. That's Daniel Bort and Chuck Cook. Followed by Anna. And the race for third looks pretty close. Potomac. Next event, we have the women's lightweight F single final. Lane 1 is Genesee, Deb Adams. Lane 2, Saratoga, Carol Fisher. Lane 3, Pelham, Lara Sturton Oust. Lane 4, GMS, Paula Meyer. Lane 5, White Marsh, Dale Parenti. And lane 6, Texas Rowing, Gene Hopkins. Right now it looks like our leader is Paula Meyer for GMS in lane 4, followed by lane 3 Pelham, lane 2 Saratoga. Then it's close. We have lane 1 Genesee. Paula Meyer still with a good lead in lane 4. Lanes 2 and 3 fighting for second. In fourth we have lane 1, that's Genesee. Like lane 4 still has a pretty good lead on the field. GMS. And right now in second we have lane 3 Pelham. Looks like it will be GMS in first. We have lightweight G single.
Now we have the women's G single final. The G's are between 65 and 69. And out front, it looks like Worcester from Colorado Rowing Center, closely followed by Central Penn, Graybeal. But it's a close race. Lanes 1 and lane 5. Excuse me, lane 2 and lane 5. Spread far apart, so it makes the judging the angles that much more difficult. But I believe lane 5, the Colorado rower, Mary Jane Worcester, out front. There she is with the red hat, the blue boat. And there's is Central Pennsylvania. The Maritime Sculler in lane 4, Mary Ellen. Next up on the course is the women's lightweight H through J single final. In lane 1, St. Catherine's A. Lane 2, Saugatuck B. Lane 3, Lincoln Park Boat Club. Lane 4, Maritime. Lane 5, Saugatuck A. And lane 6, Upper Valley A. These women are at least 70 years old. Some of the oldest competitors on the women's side in the single scullers. The oldest competitors on the women's side in the single sculls. And we have a good shot of that's lane 6. That's Peggy Sadler from Upper Valley. And then in lane 2, Sonny McLean from Saugatuck. And then lane 4, Ann Faber from Maritime. Then lane 3, Diane Ziff from Lincoln Park. It is Peggy Sadler out in lane 6 from Upper Valley, leading the field. Then it's a good close race for second between lane 2 and lane 4. That's Sonny McLean and lane 4, Ann Faber. Ann Faber from Maritime and Sonny McLean from our final competitor in this event. Next off the line is the men's F pair. In lane 1, Texas Rowing Center. Lane 2, Minneapolis. Lane 3, CRI. Lane 4, San Diego. Lane 5 is unaffiliated. And lane 6 is Potomac. So we're at the F pair. Close race between the unaffiliated crew and San Diego, with CRI in third. The unaffiliated crew with from lane 5 in the Empacher. Between Minneapolis, Texas, and Potomac. Next on the course is the women's lightweight D single. Now we have the women's lightweight D single. Maritime is in lane 1. Potomac is lane 2. Saugatuck is in lane 3. Rocket City in 4. Cascadilla in 5. And Capital is in lane 6. Pretty tight race coming into the 500 meter mark. It looks like Capital Hollins in the lead, with lane 3 Saugatuck in second, lane 5 Cascadilla in third, Lane 4, Rocket City in 4th. And Lane 1, Maritime in 5th. But the woman from Capital out in Lane 6 in the pink Hall. Ms. Hollins from Capital in 1st. Quite a bit of race to go and pretty tight field. It's just a matter of who is able to maintain through this last 250 meters. Good boat racing. Good racing here. Hollins from Capital trying to hold on to first, being challenged hard by Lane 3, Saugatuck. And Lane 5, Cascadilla. Saugatuck's color is Kathleen Davis, and Cascadilla is Elizabeth Ellis. It looks like Hollins is going to be able to hold on. Capital Rowing Club's Hollins looks like she's going to get her pink hull over the finish line first. Yes. Lane 5 and lane 3 and 4. Cascadilla and then Saugatuck and then Rocket City. And then on the course is the men's lightweight D double final. In lane 1, Greenwich. Lane 2, Berry Hill. Lane 3, Chinook. Lane 4, Cambridge. And lane 5, Malta. Men's lightweight D double final. These are between 50 and 54 years old. Lightweights usually means they're extremely competitive racing, because nobody's going to be able to outmuscle each other. They're pretty equal in that department. So it is lane 5 and 4, Malta and Cambridge, duking it out for the lead. Berry Hill trails the field. Greenwich is 4th. Malta and Cambridge. Old-time sculling clubs. Malta from Philadelphia, Cambridge from the Boston area and Massachusetts on the Charles. Chinook in 3rd. Greenwich and Berry Hill trail. It looks like Malta with a bit of a lead on the Cambridge crew. Now the Cambridge crew cranks up. Can they come through in the last 50 meters here? It's going to be another close finish as the angle becomes apparent. I'm not going to count out Cambridge. It's just a matter of Chinook. And then Berry Hill Trails right there. Next up on the course, just starting, is the women's lightweight B double. Lane 1 is Capital, Lane 2 Minneapolis, Lane 3 Chinook, Lane 4 Wilmington, Lane 5 Severn River, and Lane 6 Minneapolis. These are lightweights, B category from 36 to 42. Really tough to call at the moment as to who's got the early lead. Looks like Capital is right at the lead along with Lane 4. That would be Wilmington. So it is Lane 1 Capital and Lane 4 Wilmington right at the lead, with Severn River right behind. It is the Capital crew in Lane 1 in the bright pink with about a length. Then Lane 2 Minneapolis has come up to challenge Severn River. Minneapolis A has come up to challenge Severn River. So we have quite a great race. Capital's out by a length, but then 4 crews are a length back for second place. So it's just a matter of which crews will crack. And then Lane 6 Minneapolis B trails, but Minneapolis A, Chinook, Wilmington, and Severn, not much difference between them at this point with 300 meters to go. Now it looks like Severn has dropped back a little bit, so it is down to 3 for the silver medal. That would be Minneapolis A, Chinook, and Severn River. Sorry, looks like Wilmington has dropped back, and Minneapolis B. So it now Minneapolis A has fallen off the pace. So it's Capital, perhaps Severn for second, then Chinook for third, but really a close race developing right here at the end. It is Capital, Severn. Up at the start now, the men's lightweight B double. Baltimore A in lane 1, Atlanta A in lane 2, Boucherville lane 3, Texas Rowing Center lane 4, Greater Dayton in lane 5, and Wyandotte in lane 6. We have alignment. We do not have alignment. I'm sorry. The flag has not gone up on the aligners platform there on the far right of your screen. Now it's up. That gives the starter the signal to commence the starting sequence. A little bit of a tailwind piping up now. We have a start. The lightweight B double off the line. Looks like a pretty tight field. All the boats pretty straight across at this point. Lane 3 may have a bit of an edge, but it's very tight. Lanes 2 and 1, that would be Baltimore and Atlanta, seem to have fallen off the pace a little bit. Now lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6 have begun to assert themselves. Perhaps 3, 4, and 5 a little bit more than the rest of the field. That is Boucherville, Texas, and Dayton, with Boucherville getting the better of the other two at the moment. Yes, it's lane 3. That's Boucherville A. Tieran and Hammond out front, with Texas Rowing Center and Dayton battling it out for second. So it looks like Boucherville with Dayton in second, Texas in third, then out to lane 6. That's Wyandotte in fourth, and Atlanta and Baltimore trail. Up front, we see in the orange hat, that's Boucherville. That's the bowman of Boucherville's Eric Tieran, the orange hat. And then Dayton and the Empacher just in the background of them for second place. Baltimore Trails. Next up is the Women's Open AA pair final. Two crews in this race. Women's AA pair. Two crews, Great River and Lincoln Park. Great River is in lane 3 in second place. Lincoln Park well and has matters well in hand. .300 meters to go now. It's Lincoln Park and Great River. Lincoln Park crew looking pretty comfortable, pretty solid. So this is the AA pair. Lincoln Park well out ahead. Great River some 10 lengths open back. Okay, and we have a finish of the Women's Open AA pair. Next up is the Women's A pair final. Lane 1 is St. Louis, Lane 2 Alexandria, Lane 3 Potomac, Lane 4 Atlanta, Lane 5 CRI, and Lane 6 Minneapolis. The Potomac crew has two Olympians. Esther Lofgren, a recent Olympian, and Linda Miller, who was a 2000 Olympian. And they are out and leading the field. That's Esther in the stroke seat and Linda in the visor in the bow. They are a little over a length ahead of the field at 550 meters gone. So from Potomac, Esther and Linda, Esther Lofgren and Linda Miller in lane 3. Lane 1 is St. Louis Rowing Club, Patricia Milla and Suzanne King. are in second. In third is CRI Emily Parfit, Elizabeth's Christmas. That's Linda Miller in the bow and Esther Lofgren in the stroke seat there for Potomac, crossing the finish line. And St. Louis and Alexandria, and trailing the field is the Minneapolis crew out in lane 6. So now we have the men's open AA double. Double A's are between 21 and 26, so we could have some college age kids. In this event, lane 1, Avalon A, lane 2, Atlanta, lane 3, Saugatuck, lane 4, Undine, lane 5, Palm Beach, and lane 6, Riverfront Recapture. This is the men's AA double. And it looks like lane 3, that would be Saugatuck with the lead, substantial lead over lane 6, Riverfront Recapture, lane 5, Palm Beach. Tough to see bow numbers. Then lane 1 trails. So that would be Avalon. Lane 2. But there's Saugatuck striding out on the field. Pretty comfortable lead. Very comfortable lead. Saugatuck in lane 3. Reasonably close between lanes 5 and 6. Carnegie Lake and, Palm Beach and Riverfront. There is the Saugatuck crew with Riverfront Recapture. Saugatuck. Palm Beach trying to hold on for second. Avalon. Next up on the course, women's lightweight E double. E is between 55 and 59 years average. In lane 1, Chinook. Lane 2, Lincoln Park. Lane 3, Chinook B. Lane 4, Great River. Lane 5, Carnegie Lake. And lane 6, Chinook C. So we have 3 Chinook boats, and also making an appearance are Lincoln Park, Great River, and Carnegie Lake. So with that much competition in the single club, one would think Chinook would have a pretty fast A boat. Probably a pretty fast B boat as well. And it is Chinook B with the lead. Closely followed by Lincoln Park. And Chinook C with lane 4 Great River. And Chinook A, and then so can lane 2, that would be Lincoln Park, come up and challenge Chinook B for the lead with 300 meters to go. It looks like Chinook B has a good solid lead. Will they be able to hold on? Will Lincoln Park be able to mount an effective challenge? Lincoln Park is up first. They're sprinting first. They have to try to get back on terms early. It looks to me like Chinook will be able to hold. Chinook B will be able to hold them off. But there's still 100 meters to go. Chinook was able to hold them off. There's only 20 meters to go. Chinook C. We're now in the mixed F4 final. It is a final only. Greater Columbus in lane 1, San Diego in lane 2, Northern Virginia in lane 3, Hudson River in lane 4, Masters Coaching in lane 5, and Avalon in lane 6. Looks like lane 2, that would be San Diego Rowing Club, is out at the lead. followed closely by lane 4. That's Hudson River. There's San Diego holding about a length lead. The Schuster brothers in the stern pair. Lane 4, that's Hudson River in second. Back to lane 1, that's Greater Columbus in third. There's the San Diego Rowing Club. It's the F mixed 4. San Diego and outside to Hudson River and back inside to Greater Dayton. There's Hudson in the background of the San Diego Rowing Club. Northern Virginia 5th, and Avalon 6th. Next up is the mixed G through J for final. We've got San Diego Rowing Club in lane 2, Chester River Midnight Sun in lane 3. Texas Rowing Center in lane 4, and East Arm in lane 5. These are G through J competitors, so older than 65. And in San Diego Rowing Club, we have another pair of Schuster brothers. Perhaps they'll be able to match their other brothers' first place finish in the previous race. There's the Texas Rowing Center. Pressed by San Diego. Then out to East Arm and back to Chester River Midnight Sun. A good race between Texas and San Diego. Texas has had the lead throughout the race, but it looks like San Diego might be able to mount a challenge here in the last 75 meters. It is Texas with one of the Borchardt brothers, ex-national teamer. Looks like San Diego might be able to take it. Very close. And we'll see about third and fourth. Next up, we have the Women's Open G single. Lane 1, Ravenna. Lane 2, Potomac. Lane 3, Maritime. Lane 4, Midnight Sun. Lane 5, Saugatuck. And Lane 6, Albany. And the early leader is Ann Can from Ravenna. That's the reservoir where the University of Virginia rows. Some fast rowing on the Ravenna. In second place is Lane 3, Leslie Freed from Maritime. Then out to Lane 5, Saugatuck. Back to Lane 4, Midnight Sun. And then Lane 2, Perrone from Potomac. But it is Lane 1 with a commanding lead. And Can from Ravenna. Rowing pretty much solo. Obviously broke away with good base speed. Just decimating this field in the women's G single. G is 65 to 69. And she has just taken it to them. She's up by 10 seconds at least with 200 meters to go. So Ann Can from Ravenna clearly in the lead. 5 lengths open water, at least. Second place. Saugatuck, Freed, and Turner. Tight finish. One more crew, lane 6. Next race is a final only. The women's open H through J single. Lane 2, Saratoga. Lane 3, Kathy Kemper from San Diego. Lane 4, Vesper Barbara Hogan. And lane 5, Saugatuck B, that's Janice Wasserman. So 2 Saugatuck scullers, Pam Lussignan, Saratoga A, and Janice Wasserman, the Saratoga B sculler. And they're at the line. We have alignment. So these women are over 70 years old. And the field has spread out considerably already. It looks like lane 3, Kathy Kemper from San Diego Rowing Club. With a good lead. It is Kathy Kemper from San Diego out in front. I couldn't identify that sculler from their bow number, but that is Pam Lusingyen from Saratoga. I believe that is a Vesper sculler, but I couldn't tell you for sure. There is Kathy Kemper leading the field. Nice long strokes. So there's Kathy. In the background is the Vesper sculler, Barbara Hogan. A Saratoga sculler looks to be in third place. That's Pam Lusingnen. And then Janice Wasserman from Saugatuck trails the field. And across the line is Kathy Kemper from San Diego. Vesper Hogan. Pam Lusingyen from Saratoga, responding to the chants of Toga, Toga, Toga down the course. And Janice Wasserman from Saugatuck trails the field. Next race on the course is the men's Open G Quad. In lane 1 is Lincoln Park. Lane 2, Saugatuck B. Lane 3, Dallas A. Lane 4, Malta A. Lane 5, Potomac A. And lane 6, Rocky Mountain. And they are off the line. It is lane 3, Dallas. Potomac, Malta. Then back to lane 1. That would be Lincoln Park and Saugatuck. So it's Dallas. There's Dallas in the background, leading lane 1, Lincoln Park, in the foreground. But there are several other crews in between them. So Dallas, now you see Malta just to their left. But Potomac is over to the left, and it's going to be a relatively tight finish. But I think Dallas will have the edge given the angle, although it's going to be close. It's going to be close. Potomac has put on quite a move. It's with and Rocky Mountain trails the field. Next up is the men's Open H Quad. They're at the line. We don't have alignment quite yet. In lane 2 is Fairmount. Lane 3, Saugatuck. Lane 4, New Haven. Lane 5, San Diego. So the New Haven boat in lane 4, the bowman is Dave Vogel, once president of the USRowing, many years the Yale University head coach. Lane 2 is the Fairmount crew with Ted Nash in the 2-seat, Dave Crumptich, many-time national team member and Olympian, in the 3-seat. Both quite sizable men. So it should be a pretty good race to see. Well, let's see if Ted Nash can come up with another gold medal. And it looks like that Fairmount boat that I was talking about with Ted Nash and Dave Crumptich is out front. This is the H Quad. And there they are, Ted Nash in the 2-seat, Dave Crumptich in the 3 seat. Dave is a very big man. Ted's holding on, though. Out in the far lane is San Diego Rowing Club in second place. Then New Haven with Dave Vogel in the bow seat in third. And trailing the field is Saugatuck. So there is the Fairmount quad. Ted Nash in the 2 seat. San Diego looks like they have second wrapped up. That's New Haven. For third. And Saugatuck in fourth. Next up is the men's open I through J quad. San Diego Rowing Club in lane 2, Rocky Mountain in lane 3, Ridley Grads in lane 4. These are the elder statesmen of the regatta. And the sculling side, the men's open I through J. So at least 75 years old and older. And we have the Ridley Grads in lane 4 looking well practiced and smooth and out into a comfortable lead. Then the San Diego Rowing Club and back to Rocky Mountain. There are the San Diegans. The Ridley grads. Here's the San Diego Rowing Club. And third place is Colorado. Next up on the course is the Women's Open E single. E category is between 55 and 59 years old. The lineup is like this: Cincinnati in lane 1, Maritime in lane 2, DWRA, I don't know what that is, what that stands for, in lane 3, Cambridge in 4, Potomac in 5, and Upper Valley in 6. And we have a start, and they're approaching 500 meters. And it looks like lane 4, Margarita Zeza from Cambridge, is in the lead, but I cannot see the bow numbers until we get a little more zoom on the camera. Yes, it is lane 4, the Cambridge Sculler, pressed strongly by Roseanne Kirchhoff from DWRA. And on the outside, that would be Upper Valley, Erica Dade. Lane 2, Leslie Critchko. Looks to be making her move to the medals. So it's between lanes 4 and lanes 3. It looks like lane 3 is getting the better of her. DWRA, Roseanne Kirchhoff. Looks like Roseanne in lane 3. There out in lane 6 is Upper Valley, Erica Dade. And then Barbara Ryan from Potomac in lane 5. Following this race quite closely is the men's lightweight E single final. In lane 1, high school classmate of mine, Joe Paduda. Lane 2, Western Reserve, Paul Kopp. Lane 3, Wyandotte, Jeff Gilliland. Lane 4, Island Lake, Mike Hewitt. Lane 5, Ridley graduate Bob Eldridge, and lane 6, Potomac Boat Club Steve Schmidt. And it looks like my high school classmate Joe Paduta at the lead. He is trying to hold off Steve Schmidt out in lane 6, so it's Potomac in lane 1, Potomac in lane 6, and a number of scullers in between. Oh, I think Steve Schmidt out in lane 6 might have the better of Joe in the last 500 here. I'm sorry, it's the Ridley, but Joe Paduta in lane 1. And here we go for 4th place. It's lane 3, Jeff Gilliland from Wine Lake. Next up is the Women's Open C4. In lane 1, Carnegie Lake. Lane 2, Chinook. Lane 3, Alexandria. Lane 4, Unaffiliated. Lane 5, Genesee. And lane 6, Baltimore. Looks like lane 3, Alexandria, is out to an early lead. Coming through the 500-meter mark, it is Alexandria. Alexandria with Baltimore. Alexandria with Chinook pressing them from lane 2, and also the unaffiliated crew out in lane 4. So that's where the speed is. 2, 3, and 4. So Alexandria, Chinook, and then outside to the unaffiliated crew. Some good cheering going on. It's Alexandria and the unaffiliated crew to their outside. Good race to the finish. Wow, really close. Carnegie Lake Next up is the men's open C single. The final, Texas Rowing Center, Upper Valley, Cascadilla, Lincoln Park, Narragansett, and Boucherville. So in lane 1, Texas, lane 2, Upper Valley, lane 3, Cascadilla, lane 4, Lincoln Park, Narragansett in 5, and Boucherville in 6. And it looks early lead, not so early. They're through 500 meters. Is Upper Valley John Tunnicliffe. John Tunnicliffe. With Michael Smith from Narragansett, then Martin Vanderheide from Cascadilla, then the sculler from Texas Rowing Center, Matthew Nifton, in lane 1. But it is the sculler from Upper Valley, John Tunnicliffe, in lane 2, out to a significant lead. He is being pressed out in lane 5, but I don't know if lane 5, Michael Smith from Narragansett, has enough space to reel him in. Michael Smith is making a move. The sculler from Narragansett is putting on the gas here. It's going to be a close finish. Whoop, little bobble from Smith. Can he get it back together in time? There it is. Here's the finish. That's it. Next up is the women's Open A double. These are women that average between 27 and 35 years young. In lane 1, Minneapolis. Lane 2, CRI. Lane 3, Riverfront Recapture. Lane 4, Vesper. Lane 5, Farmington Valley. And lane 6, Minneapolis B. So it looks like lane 4, that would be Farmington Valley, Sarah Center Gray and Katie Alouette in the lead. Well, we're looking at the Vesper crew, which may be, that's Victoria Mather and Shannon Kaplan. They're out front, the Vesper crew. Lanes 2, that's CRI and lane. That is lane 4 of the Vesper boat. My mistake earlier. Vesper out front with lane 2, CRI in second. And then out to lane between lane 3 and lane 6 for third. So it's definitely Vesper, definitely CRI for second. There's Vesper in the near crew, and in the far boat is potentially the third place crew. That's Minneapolis Boat Club. So it's Vesper. Here comes CRI, challenging hard for Minneapolis B out in the far lane. Next up is the men's Open A double. In lane 1, Baltimore. Lane 2, Capital. Lane 3, Palm Beach Potomac Composite. Lane 4, Fairmount. Lane 5, Baltimore. Lane 6, Three Rivers. And tough to call. Lane 5, lane 3, lane 4, all within striking distance of each other. I'm sorry, lane 4 and 5. Can't count out lane 1. Lane 5 looks to be the leader, though, and that is the Baltimore Rowing Club. Lane 4, Fairmount. The Baltimore B crew is Three Rivers finished off the field. In the men's Open E4, lane 2 is the Texas Rowing Center. Lane 3 is New Haven. Lane 4 is Palm Beach, Undine Composite. Lane 5 is San Diego. That's the men's Open E4. They are off. 4-boat race. These are straight 4s. So boatmanship is at a premium, steering at a premium. No coxswains to give commands or steer the boat or it looks like there's going to be some contact in between lanes 2 and 3. I wish we should. Lane 3 seems to be taking a tour. And it's Palm Beach out in front. Lane 4, Palm Beach. Palm Beach Undine Composite. With lane 3 managing the New Haven crew managing to hold on in spite of their steering. Lane 2, Texas Rowing Center, and then trailing the field is San Diego, but not out of it completely. There is Palm Beach in the foreground, Texas, and just seeing the bow of New Haven. There's Texas, and in the background is San Diego, which trail the field. So Palm Beach, really close race for second between Texas and New Haven.
Come on, Peter! Come on, Paul!
Here we have a start of the men's Open F4 final. Lane 1, Rocky Mountain. Lane 2, Palm Beach. Lane 3, Chinook. Lane 4, Minneapolis B. Lane 5, Minneapolis A. And lane 6, Riverside. This is the F4. These fellows average between 60 and 64. This is a 4 without coxswain. Tough to tell. Looks like lane 2 and lane 5. So Palm Beach and Minneapolis A at the lead. It looks like Palm Beach with nearly half a length on Minneapolis A, or more like 3/4 of a length on Minneapolis A. Perhaps a full length, depending on the angle here. Minneapolis B and Riverside, and then Chinook. And I believe Rocky Mountain is trailing. It is Palm Beach. With now a commanding lead over Minneapolis A, and indeed the rest of the field. There's Palm Beach. Minneapolis. Mountain coming up now. Off the line now is the men's Open D 4 without. Coxon. In lane 1, San Diego. Lane 2, Virginia Potomac Composite. Lane 3, Swan Creek. Lane 4, Potomac. Lane 5, Greenwich. Pretty tight race up front between lanes 2, 3, and 4. That would be the Virginia Potomac Composite, Swan Creek, and Potomac. Nick Holland is stroking the Potomac crew in lane 4. I was hiking a trail near the Potomac River a couple of weeks ago with my son and happened upon Nick on the trail. He was running it. We were walking it. So he is looking pretty fit. So here we go. Through 600 meters gone. It is pretty close, but it looks like lane 3 has a slight edge. That would be Swan Creek. And by slight edge, I mean less than 2 seats. So it really depends on a fitness factor first in those last 400 meters. And then steering. But all those 3 crews are within a second of each other. That's for sure. So a little white flag from the referee steering someone. Perhaps steering the lane 3 crew that was in the lead back into their lane. It looks like the Potomac crew and then the Potomac Composite on the inside have managed to drop the Swan Creek boat. So the Virginia Potomac Composite, but perhaps the Potomac crew on the outside with Nick Holland stroking looks to be in first. Then Greenwich. That's the final of the men's D4. Next up is the final of the mixed 8B category. That's between 36 and 42, the mixed 8. In lane 1, Western Reserve. Lane 2, DC Strokes. Lane 3, Capital. Lane 4, Lincoln Park. And lane 5, Capital B. And they're off. Tough to tell. All the crews are in touch. Looks like the race might be on the outside. Capital A, Lincoln Park, and Capital B. Yes, in that order. Capital, Lincoln Park, and Capital B. And coming back to DC Strokes ahead of Western Reserve. But it is Capital out front. In lane 3, Capital A boat. The mixed B8 final. Looks like Capital B might come second. Next up is the parent-child double. The father-son AB double. In lane 1, Norwalk. The Mapleys. Lane 2, Wyandotte, the Charettes. Lane 3, Vesper, the Colgans. Lane 4, Saugatuck, the Bubs. And lane 5, Saugatuck B, the Tudors. Five-boat race, but I only see 4. There are 5 crews in the race. The camera is just seeing the 4. It looks like the Saugatuck A crew, the Bubs, are out front. It is the Saugatuck A crew, the Bubs. Christopher Bub in the bow seat and Stephen Bub in the stroke seat. Trailed by Vesper, the Colgans. Then Saugatuck B, the Tudors. Good shot of the Colgans and the Bubs there. And the Mapleys, or the Mapleys. Pretty pixelated shot here, but it does give you a sense of how far in the lead the Saugatuck Scullers are. And excuse me, that's Norwalk. That was Wyandotte across the line. Their bow number tricked me. And coming up on the final race of the afternoon, it is the parent-child, father-son C through F double. In lane 2, the McGowans from New York Athletic Club. Lane 3, the Flynns from Carnegie Lake. And lane 4, the Johnsons from Long Beach Rowing Association. Now, Earl Johnson in the stroke seat of the Long Beach boat is one of the oldest competitors here. He is approaching 90 years old, I believe. But I have 3 crews in the race, but only 2 have shown at the line, so I'm not sure who is missing. Oh, there's 3. There's 3. So in lane 3, that's the Carnegie Lake crew, the Flynns. And outside in lane 4 are the Johnsons. Dan and Earl. And there is a crew in lane 2 that we haven't seen on the screen yet. That's the New York Athletic Club, the McGowans. But there are your leaders from Carnegie Lake. That's the Flynn's, Bill Flynn in the bow and Joe Flynn in the stroke seat. Followed fairly closely by the Johnsons from Long Beach Rowing Association. Dan in the bow and Earl in the stroke seat. Well, given the relative ages, last crew, 250 meters out, are the McGowans from New York Athletic Club. Here's the McGowans from New York Athletic Club. Jim in the bow, John in the stroke seat. Father, son. Awesome.